know. Hey, everybody! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the slightly late Hold My Pen Promptcast. We had a couple of things back in that we should have cut off in time to figure out, but you know me and Izzy, when we get in the middle of fucking something, that's all there is to it. How's everybody doing? Uh, is everything looking okay with you guys? Are we? I am coming in a little blurry, but I mean, I'm not blurry here. I'm a little blurry there. I don't know what the thing is. Don't know. I'm not blurry over on my side. That's why. Okay. Into the camera. Or okay. What am I doing? Oh, my fucking optimize got fucking clicked again. Stop doing that. Done. Yeah. Okay. It's already set on low. Let me put it on high or medium. Shit. Now I can put my fucking thing back where it belongs. Hold on 1 second. That's what my problem was. Okay. Like all of a sudden, it was like I had a wide fucking screen, and I was like, "What the hell?" Yeah, no, little screen. All right, and I'm clear over here, so we're good. Do we still not have any sound from Izzy? Not hearing anything. It's a small world after all. Nobody's hearing you. Are you guys hearing me? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear me. We can. We can hear Julie. We can hear Izzy. And Julie is loud. Hold on a second. Can we hear Izzy? No, we can't hear Izzy. No, we're not hitting it with a hammer, Bisser. Let us know when you can hear Izzy. Trying to type a Z and keep trying to type or end up typing an X. This is a song that doesn't end, goes on and on, my friend.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Stick said we can hear you now.
Oh, oh,
Thank you guys
okay.
for
And now I don't hear myself come through there the way it's supposed to be.
You're not echoing on my end. Yeah.
Special thanks to the TSV, because apparently we now have acronyms around here, for this lovely piece of equipment that really did not need to send me, but did. And also stayed up really, really late past his bedtime last night and the night, did just several times throughout its arrival, making sure that it was working okay. And also, as you guys could see in the chat, you know, um, walking me through the back end and as the technical support Viking. Um, Yeah, you can't mute me now. This is also emotional support Viking behavior. So just so you know, yeah, yeah. Um, I'm gonna step off real quick. Julie, you take the preliminaries because I'm not crying.
Right. Izzy's not crying. Um, Izzy's just going to make sure everything's good. Um, Anywho, hey Sticks, come on, stick around. And it didn't cause more harm than good. It's a learning curve. It's been a minute since we've been on regular PCs. It's a learning curve. Um, but as you guys know, welcome to the whole My Pen Promptcast. I am your host, Julie DeFisher, author of Destined for More, Four Queens, Four Kings series, and the Double Edge series, Crossroads being the first book. We also have Izzy, which is currently off screen for a moment. Uh, our designated reader, our all around badass that keeps everything running on when we can keep it running, and then if not, we have to go to the tech support Viking. Uh, so in that process, uh, come in, sit down, grab your drinks, grab your snacks, grab your hankies, and possibly some notepads in case you need to ask questions later. Um, Stress balls are always encouraged, but don't throw them at your damn screen. We are not responsible if you break your damn screens. Okay, we're not responsible. We're also not responsible for the emotional damage that some of these stories might have. You've been warned. Please prioritize your own mental health, but otherwise, you get what you get and you don't throw a damn fit. That's the way we're gonna go with that. Yes, you got the feelings. Uh, no, we don't offer screen refunds. It's not in the budget. Kind of like bailing people out of jail right now. It's not in the budget. Uh, yes, Bitzer has a very valid point. We hold no responsibility to phones, tablets, laptops being yeeted across the room. Take that up with your provider. Pray to God you had good enough insurance. So, any which way, how's everybody doing tonight? We will be getting started very shortly. We have 10, count them, 10 fucking prompts tonight. And we did come in just under or just over 15,000 words. I think it was just over 15,000 words for the night. I do believe we are going to try to do this all in one go tonight. I understand we are running late, so if you can't stick around for the whole show, not a big deal. Also, if you go and look in the spot below us, you'll see the little thing for our links for the beacons. If you are an author that wants to be interviewed by us, please put your stuff in and we will get an email out to you and get you scheduled as quick as possible. If you are a narrator, if you are anyone, basically, you are anyone that helps us make our books possible, we want to hear from you. We want to get you guys scheduled for booked for Friday. It's book related and you are booked. As in, I already got your fucking number. Boop, there you go. Uh, that's how that works. Uh, Also, sign up for the newsletter. It's free. We don't spam you. So a lot of people are sending it to spam anyway because, they just don't want to, you know, not. And here it comes the stream cat, or affectionately known as Stormy. Uh, it is not, if you look uh right there under where it says we have 82 followers, it says check out our beacons link for all of our socials. Inside the beacons link is our thing for uh our author interviews, everything like that. So that's where you find that. You can also find it over on YouTube, which we are simulcastly doing right now. uh so yeah, come on in, sit down. We'll be starting up here in a few minutes. um Okay, you're on the phone at the moment. I'll send you the link over. I do believe it's in the links section of our Discord. Speaking of our Discord, if you haven't joined our Discord, why the hell not? We're a hoot. You think this is fucking controlled chaos? You should see us on a daily basis.
Daily basis. Daily basis.
Uh,
Quit
so
sucking
yeah,
face.
we're
Sorry. And
again.
yeah, they were doing this. I'm like, stop.
They
They just can't help it.
just can't leave each other alone.
Yes, Stavros is correct. On Discord, we do fashion advice. There's just we are not just a writing group, okay, and a prompt show. We're also an emotional support team group. We've been there through deaths, divorces, car problems. Julie has solved a plumbing issue in Australia
Two,
and a
two plumbing
generator
issues in
issue,
Australia.
2 plumbing issues in Australia, as well as a, generator issue in Canada. So, literally, if we're not
I've
on
walked people
here.
through how to rebuild their cars in Jersey, like,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I've taught
yeah,
two young men how to cook
yes, and one
all
is
through
right
this
here
arrangement.
and apparently needs my attention.
I'll keep going. But yeah, it's like we're a one-stop shop for chaos incarnate. We are here for emotional support. We are also here as the foot in your ass to get your writing started. We lovingly bully uh you to do the damn thing. Yes, and sticks charges for IT support. My cat can't figure out how to get comfortable. Are you good? Apparently, she just doesn't want to be on camera. She wants to be here, but she doesn't want to be on camera. So, we've walked through. We are very much chaos gremlins, and we play that role very well, and we're very good at it.
I hate it when mothers are right.
Mothers, aunties, well, technically, mama, and then mama bulldogs. So I mean, like, I can see how that would
Yeah.
work. Like, I hate when moms are right.
So I turn to the spawn and I go, "Yes, what is it that you want? Did you know that Purra's tail is too long to go in the crate litter box with her when she shits?" That that was that was so super important. And then proceeds to say, "No, I just, wanted to watch the stream, but it makes no
I
sense
mean,
because I'm hearing you, but I'm also hearing you through the screen." And, so, and I'm like, "But you can't hear them and see, and you can't interact." He's like, "Damn it. Okay, I guess I'll go to another room."
okay, yeah, Sticks is telling us we've
Mothers.
been too long on squirrel. Let's
Yes.
go.
Squirrel.
Focus.
Okay, great. Great. Oh, I swear. I swear to all things holy. Okay. That still stayed. Good, good, good. Okay. So Julie covered all the things. Hocus pocus, the hosts need to focus. Look, if we focused 100% of the time,
We'd
you
be
wouldn't
dangerous.
be able you wouldn't be able to laugh at us. We'd be less fun. All right. Up first. Yes, Izzy is out of practice hosting. Duck! Okay.
Yes. Also, what Bitzer said. Ad starts in 5 minutes. Remember to subscribe if you don't want to
Mm-hmm.
deal with that.
Now, one quick moment, please, because I have a hard time remembering when people send uh emails through who is who sometimes. Because we want to protect
Right.
names. Okay, where did I put that? Okay.
We don't have to say anything. Our prompters will write themselves out in the comments.
Okay. Pancakes. Okay. Not to be confused with French toast. Any hoozle. Clock ticked closer to the 0 hour. Before both hands could reach upward, there was a frantic knock at Nicholas's front door. Huey kept his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. He definitely heard Nicholas running down the steps, half asleep, searching for the front door. Since it was still pouring, it hasn't been more than an hour or so. Then Huey froze when his body grew more awake. Her slender arms wrapped around him, but Eve wasn't warm. Even with his jacket, she's cold. Her frigidness didn't nip like a frostbite in winter. It caressed, a healthy, crisp wind signaling the beginning of autumn, and it wrapped around his torso as they lay in their sleeping bags in the living room. There was no one else here. So who on earth would be banging at this hour? Paige and Theodore would be checking out the address tomorrow morning, so it wouldn't be them. They would have texted or called first. The door creaked open and a chill brushed through the entrance. Some Spanish was quickly exchanged. A woman? She was urgent and begged Nicholas. Where is he? Nicholas asked. I lost him, she sobbed. Down the street, but not for long. Huey couldn't pretend any longer. The disturbance had his attention in a chokehold. He let out a begrudged sigh, then adjusted to the pathetic lighting. When his eyes opened. A voice off somewhere, likely in the street, screamed. The tone had an edge to it, and Huey couldn't tell why it made his neck tense up, but he couldn't lay on his back with that racket. The voice yelled again, Fiona! Eve stirred, but Huey bent down to her ear. Huey whispered, Shh, it's nothing. She murmured, You're gonna look. Shh, he coaxed. Don't worry about it. I'm worried about it. I'm just gonna peek. Huey combed his fingers through her hair. Her half-opened eyes fluttered shut again. Hey, no, she slurred. That's cheating. Can't cheat if there are no rules, Eve. Sleep. She tried to fight it by wiggling, but only fell deeper into bliss. That resistance stopped. Her breath grew heavier. When he was sure she wouldn't wake, Huey stood up, stretched with a groan, and approached the door. He was definitely going to take a look. A woman dressed in a white nightgown was cowering behind Nicholas, soaking wet. A big, beefy man clobbered up his front porch, crying, but it was hard to see all of his features in the thick rain. Huey squinted as he grew closer to the front door. Fiona! Accident! It was. I love you! Nicholas became like a pillar. Tall, still, sturdy. He held out a protective arm in front of Huey, signaling for him to stand down. There were three sides to Nicholas, and this one Huey knew better than to question. Even if he really wanted to listen to his intrusive thoughts, Huey stepped away from the dingy porch light. It barely made a halo around Manuel's figure. Manuel, Nicholas asked, shaking his head. 3 accidents in a week? Padre, the beefy man glared. Let my wife talk to me. Without any warmth, Nicholas replied, Anyone who seeks sanctuary is under my protection. Cool off at home. Fiona, come, let's talk. The woman in white continued to hide behind Nicholas. Huey scrunched his nose in disgust and shoved his fists into his pockets. How he said, come to her was like a master commanding his prized dog. That edge he had heard in that tone. Huey mustered as much hell as he could into his scowl. My friend, Nicholas tried a soothing voice, you are too emotional right now. Go. A noise cut through the living room area, but Huey didn't dare to look away from the man's fists. Manuel's tightened knuckles pulsed. His wrists shook like he was waiting. If he wanted an opportunity, Huey would give him one. Huey tried again to get past Nicholas, but the tattooed priest wouldn't have it. The father took Huey by the shirt and grinned. Offer the senora some tea or coffee in the kitchen, yes? We're gentlemen first, mijo. Huey's nostrils flared, pushing out a lot of hot air. Behind Nicholas, the woman was picking at one of her nails. Her knuckles and wrist bloomed with lavender bruises. Huey glared at the ceiling and sighed with an air of defeat. I knew you'd come to reason, Nicholas whispered. You're a smart man. Tch, yeah. Come on, ma'am. Nicholas shoved Huey when he let go of his shirt. Use your manners, mijo. A couple of clanks echoed in the kitchen, like something or someone was rummaging. Huey gestured toward the noise, hoping that if he ignored it, it wouldn't be real. Please, Huey's slowed voice drawled, this way. The woman looked up to Nicholas. She was asking for permission, or she wanted confirmation from him. She did it almost mechanically when she was in eyeshot of Manuel. Nicholas dipped her a nod. Fiona's tight shoulders went soft. She waited for Huey to guide her, and she shuffled behind him when he moved. He didn't look back as Manuel and Nicholas continued. Huey spotted the already set towel resting on the chair. He sighed, scooped it, and handed it to Fiona. Their fingers touched. Her hands were frigid. She yanked her hand back, thanked him, and scooted away before he could open his mouth. By the stove, Eve flicked the stove top on. Huey pinched the bridge of his nose as tension built in his head. He was hoping he was wrong about the sounds. He said, "Go back to bed. You need sleep." Eve shrugged. "Couldn't sleep after you left. Coffee or tea?" She held a tin in her hand and shook it, drawing their attention to it. Fiona used the towel, wiping her smooth skin, then her vibrant hair, chestnut brown like her dough shaped eyes. When Huey realized he was staring too long, he shifted his attention to the tin. "Do I know you?" Eve asked. "You look familiar." "Tea, por favor, please." Fiona smiled. "We met a long time ago when you were little. You used to draw all over your arms and your tiny feet," Eve said, "with markers and pens. Sometimes I used paint too." "I see you still do." "They're a little more permanent now," Eve chuckled. "I'll make some chamomile with honey, right?" "That's right. Thank you." Huey leaned against the counter and he tried to visualize them up as if it was his own memory. A smaller, younger Evangeline runs into a normal living room, paint caked all over her arms, some paint smudges on her ceramic teapot. "Do you always enter rooms like a storm warning, little one?" And it's revealed that little Evangeline's feet had paint all over them, and they trail over the carpet. She's pouring tea for Fiona, who's younger, more vibrant. Any hint of dark circles evaporated from existence. Her knuckles are smooth and her fingers have clean cuticles. She laughs it off, like Nicholas. Huey feels like she's the kind of woman who would be more forgiving to a child. It's not how it went, but the way they chatted with each other, he couldn't have been too far off from the truth. Fiona said, "You remind me of your mother. She was wild and yet had a kindness to her." Huey and Eve glanced toward one another. Neither needed to speak. Mentioning her mother triggered the same thought. How much did she know? Huey asked. "You knew Julienne?" Eve murmured, "I'm nothing like her." "You would be surprised, Mia." He offered Fiona the chair and she settled into it, scooted and laced her fingers together. The blood still tried to run away from her body. He offered a napkin and she took it without hesitation. "See," Fiona said. She wiped her blood off the fingernails she had been picking. Her voice was light and spirited, like what people expect nymphs to be like. If you believed in nymphs, anyway. "How do you think I met Eve? I used to babysit, you know." Eve's eyes lit as she remembered and said, "On the weekends?" Huey asked. "Do you know where she is?" "No." Fiona crushed the napkin delicately and shook her head. "I thought you would." "No, Mom disappeared. She never said why." "Strange. She left us for her family." Eve tilted her head. "Us?" "She didn't tell you." "Tell me." "We aren't human." Huey waited for a "got ya" or a "just kidding," but it never came. Fiona was serious. He looked Eve over. She looked human. A little shocked, very pretty, but still human. She didn't have scales crawling up her neck or lasers shooting from her thighs. "Then what are we?" Eve asked. "Sirens?" "No, no." Fiona covered her mouth and giggled. She raised her hand as she tried to settle down her silliness. Her eyes asked for forgiveness. "No, though sailors seem to get us mixed up. We're known to some as Lorona, Llorona, La Llorona. Huey murmured, "The weeping woman? Or the woman in white? There are many of us. Some are men, women, both, neither." Eve asked, "What is a woman in white?" "You don't know?" Huey asked. His brow rose out of curiosity. "They dwell near bodies of water and drown those who—" Sound of raindrops on the roof filled the air. Those two entities looked like they were dripping. "Who wronged them or someone they love?" Fiona finished. Eve murmured, "Doug and Tristan." "Who?" Eve explained. "Revenants." Fiona nodded. "Julienne's past is a mystery." "And you think I'm a— Haven't you noticed? People are a little too attracted to you. You're a natural with flirting. It's almost too easy. You're drawn to bodies of water. Your body is always chilly to the touch. Death even makes his presence known time and time again." "Dad, you need to be careful. That power can have unfavorable repercussions." It wasn't Fiona who said it. Nicholas leaned on his threshold. Huey frowned. Did he like Eve, or was that her effect of her power? Would he end up as stir crazy as Manuel? Was that Fiona's effect on her husband? Eve asked. "The flirting?" Fiona chuckled. "You don't even know an ounce of your power. Would you like me to show you?" Huey, plain and adamant about his stance, said, "She should sleep." Fiona countered, "It works best in shade or night. Haven't you noticed? You can see in the dark." Eve opened her mouth, then closed it. She said it with a meeker tone. "I thought everyone had night vision." Huey retorted, "I don't." "You," Eve accused. "You can sense spirits. Why couldn't you sense me?" Huey was aghast. Why hadn't he? He couldn't be that distracted by her. Could he? His neck was getting warm, flush even. "I don't know," Huey retorted. "You're alive." Fiona smiled and spoke. "That's the glamour in effect, so you wouldn't be able to sense it." Fiona closed her eyes, then exhaled nice and slow. As her breath drew out, her energy crept out. Huey could see a faint fog if he squinted, but Eve watched that fog with a daze. She was right. The atmosphere haloing the woman made goosebumps right up Huey's neck. He shivered when it stretched and made contact with his senses, grainy mud against his skin. Eve murmured, "Beautiful." Huey asked with a grimace, "Really?" She stared at him in awe. No, not him. She was staring at the creepy, crawly mud grime aura. Eve said, "I can't even describe some of those colors. They don't have names." "You likely have your glamour from instinct," Fiona explained. "Good. That'll keep you alive." Stunned, Eve asked, "I can do that?" "I don't recommend it as a beginner, but yes," Fiona said. "You can manipulate the veil to your whim to create what you need, Eve. A shield or a whip." The landline phone went off. Nicholas shook his head when they looked up at him. He mouthed, "Manuel." Fiona continued after the third phone ring. "We have means to protect ourselves in case someone returns with revenge in mind." Huey muttered, "Natural selection." "See, exactly. Ah, ah." As if pain inflicted her, she hunched forward. She took a deep inhale. Nicholas immediately went by her side, but she shook her head. Huey shook off the excess feeling of ick. "It can also protect you from blessings, so be careful with places like this." Huey murmured, "Grandma's blessing." Fiona hissed in pain. "It must be why your revenants can't find you. So, why don't you use it on your husband?" She folded her hands onto her lap. "Trust me, solve your human problems with human solutions first." Eve shrugged. "It's harmless." Interrupting, Nicholas asked, What can I get you, Fiona? Fiona shook her head. You've already done so much for me, Padre. Nicholas grinned. Nonsense, Signora. I'm just helping a neighbor in a tight situation. He grinned. Please, if you need anything, let me or Huey know. Dun dun dun.
Doc. What the fuck, chick? So is Death her father?
No, her father died.
Well, I got that part, but but the way it made it sound is like the Grim Reaper was daddy and mama was this
No, no, no,
white
no.
lady siren chick.
So, what I remember from a previous doc submission is that uh, if Death came back attracted by Julienne and got her dad, that's am I catching that?
Oh, okay. Now that makes sense.
Okay.
Waiting.
Whew.
Correct. Correct. Correct.
Whew, 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 whew. All right.
Let's see who the next person up is. In the wheel.
We have a winner.
It hasn't updated on my side yet, so it's like, hold on, waiting for the winner. Oh, it's Bitzer. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay, back to the world of Zinnia.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, because you've already been a part of this. I was not expecting that in chat. Zinnia truly had her hands full, lecturing on the writing system of the old words, lecturing on the importance of cleanliness for medical care, often with a volunteer patient under their collective gaze while she outlined the details of care, unriddling the complete details of the tomb walls, keeping track of what Antiquities was doing to or with Void, looking after Yarrow, of course, and somewhere in a spare moment, planning her own wedding to Mr. Trant, which, even with the help of Void and Mr. Trant, Xavier, meant that her notes were often a muddle. Her attempt to amend that issue was to arrive early to her first hall and sort the pages. Some of her students noticed this and arrived early to ask interesting questions. One such was young Mr. Pempsey, aged 15, sidling nervously up to her as she reordered the pages according to her schedule for the day. It was Mr. Pempsey, in an attempt to be helpful, who found one of Zinnia's doodles regarding a wedding dress. She'd never had one, nor the ceremony with it. Before Xavier had made an impact on her life, she hadn't thought of wanting one. Mr. Pempsey stared at the sheet of paper filled with Zinnia's thoughts, boggling at them in utter surprise. You're getting married? He yelped. I thought widows stayed widows and got cats. Mm. Zinnia laughed in spite of herself, gently retrieving her work from his hands. It doesn't have to be that way, Mr. Pempsey, she crooned. Ladies still have a choice if they feel lonely. All Mr. Pempsey had to say about the matter was, huh, maybe I should look for a widow in good time. He returned his mind to his topic of inquiry: how to determine the difference between two very similar symbols when they were written with the use of a reed. Her best advice was to practice with modeling clay and a reed of his own to gain a feel for how each looked as they were made. Zinnia thought no more of it until her medical lecture late in that afternoon, when Mr. Gerart kicked open the door and bellowed, "You just decided to slide right past the fact that you and Trent got engaged? Never mind the banns, never mind putting out some kind of notice. Just change your hair and then traipse merrily back to work." 2 dozen doctors and student doctors turned to shush him. "Mr. Gerhardt," Zinnia scolded, "are you in the habit of entering a room like a mad bull with a brass band in tow?" At least she was well in the habit of singing in a public arena by now. Laughter from the audience. "Trent, I warned you, Mrs. Balvin," said Mr. Gerhardt. "You could have hitched yourself to my esteem and flourished in society. I told you that I am the far better match." "Mr. Gerhardt, you are barely 17, not yet officially of age." Neither was she just yet. A sticking point with Xavier that almost dictated a long engagement, one of a year and some few months. "I am not only your senior, but also your teacher. Your behavior is beyond improper." A doctor slid past him to the halls in which he could summon some burlier porters to literally cart the man off to a better place, perhaps a nice quiet room where he could study sociology until he got the hint, one with a bar outside the only door. "I have attended every single one of your lectures on the old tongue. I have spent a majority of my family's purse to attempt to enlist in medicine in spite of my aptitude. I went out of my way to secure an apartment near your own. The least you could do is acknowledge my efforts as sincere." She sang, "I acknowledge your efforts as terrifying," before she knew precisely why she said it. The reason hit her like a heavy deadfall and was wrapped in one word: Aaron. Everything he did to win her affection, if not her heart, everything he did to coax, tame, and finally bully her behavior into something he liked much more, every single thing he did to make her smaller. Having bloomed under the gentle encouragement of Xavier, she had no will for her new limbs to be pruned back once more. Finally, her medical student returned with two of the biggest, most intimidating, and hugest kittens to her will on the campus. The porter seized Mr. Gerhardt at shoulder and elbow. Mr. on the left spoke. "Where do you want him, Mrs. Balvin?" "Please find a small classroom for him that's unused for the rest of the day, and then leave note where he is while one of you guards him. I think Mr. Gerhardt would benefit from some special education." "I say to you again, you will regret this course of action," Mr. Gerhardt hollered as the porters literally carried him away. Zinnia had to cling to her podium and breathe, counting until the dark tunnel before her eyes opened up and she could see to her sight again. Peripheral vision, as Xavier called it. "Do you need an intermission, Professor?" said a younger student. They all defaulted to calling lecturers professor. Xavier said it was easier to just get the degree and become one for real. She loved that he was that confident in her capability. 7, 8, 9, 10. Her full view returned. "I'm fine," she crooned. "Thank you." She was still shaking like a leaf. Few would notice if she hung on to the podium. She only needed half an hour into the rest of her lecture for the trembling to stop, and by then it was almost over, heralded by Xavier attempting to sneak in during the last minutes. He was absolutely terrible at it, but Zinnia had got better at pretending she didn't notice him at all, even if it did involve ignoring the fact that several attendants turned to see who had entered the room. Class over, her students filed out, and Xavier wove through the flow of exiting bodies just so he could escort her from the stage. "Did I surprise you?" he asked, blush coloring his cheeks as she took his elbow. "Not in the slightest," she smiled, standing on tiptoes so she could scandalize him further by delivering a soft peck to his cheek. I'm afraid our free hour has been eaten by recent events. I heard rumors, Xavier allowed. I would presume Mr. Gerhardt's attempt to fight all 30 attendants and 10 porters was greatly exaggerated. No attendants and two porters, corrected Zinnia. And he didn't fight at all. She found the note Mr. Wheelwright had left. Remedial Classroom 5B, the one for the very young students who had learning difficulties. He had to be stewing. All this time with only cutesy bunnies and squirrels on the walls and the alphabet to read. As she best remembered, it was also the one with the very soft furnishings so that the student in question would not hurt anyone if they threw a tantrum. It almost made her dread over the next step fade away at the thought. I'll still need your hand, Mr. Trant. In public spaces, they agreed they should maintain formality. In more intimate company, they were free to use first names. Void, of course, was a more than adequate chaperone. I will gladly loan you courage in any way I can, Mrs. Balvin. His kind eyes and calm manner already soothed her. I take it Mr. Gerhardt reminded you of ill years. Many ill years, said Zinnia. Her anxious mood was further lifted by seeing that Void was keeping the other porter, Mr. Docker, company in the hall outside Remedial Classroom 5B. If they planned to loom at Mr. Gerhardt, then she might not have so much fuss from the young man. He better not give you no trouble, Mrs. Balvin, said Mr. Docker. Me and your metal pal gonna make real sure and certain. Void said, he will not hurt you. All three of them, two men and Void, waited patiently for her nod. Mr. Docker, then Void, and finally Xavier, following her lead, entered the artificial softness of Remedial Classroom 5B, where Mr. Gerhardt had seemingly entertained himself by throwing every single cushion and pillow at all the walls. His voice was hoarse when he said, I hope you are here to apologize. No, Mr. Gerhardt, she sang. You will not croon at me like I'm some fussy child, he croaked, stamping his foot in emphasis. Then stop acting like one, Mr. Gerhardt, she sing-songed, doing everything to maintain her thin veneer of calm. You know I have a nervous stammer, and your aggressive behavior is wont to make it all worse. Further, you should know by now that I do not respond well to violent men. You claim you care, yet you refuse to act like you do. Both Void and Mr. Docker took a half step closer to Mr. Gerhardt. They did not loom. They did not need to. Her presence merely implied that looming was an option. And if looming did not suffice, physical intervention was next on their list of choices. Mr. Gerhardt took one look at each of them and folded his arms. Then I am to be lectured at, he rasped. I believe I am done with attending your lectures and bringing you gifts, and, for that matter, paying for your luncheon tickets. Professor Meister had assured Zinnia that any meals she or Yarrow took from or at the university dining room was part of her payment for working there. What Mr. Gerhardt imagined he was paying for was a mystery. She made a note of it anyway in a little book she kept in her pocket, using the attached pencil. Zinnia sang, I am here before you, as I am always here before you, to educate, nothing more. If this is to be my last lesson to you, then I can only pray you take it to heart, Mr. Gerhardt. Perhaps you may yet keep it to mind. Having already spent far too long on her feet, Zinnia righted one of the sturdier oblong shapes, wide enough for herself and Xavier if he wished to sit. She made herself as comfortable as she could whilst clinging to his hand. Fortitude, Mrs. Balvin, soothed Xavier, giving her hand a little squeeze in return. You have lived with far worse than this and come out with benefits. Certainly didn't feel that way at the time, she thought. The trouble was, Mr. Gerhardt brought it all back. Zinnia felt like she could blink and be back in that one-room hut, waiting to see if her Aaron was in one of his violent moods again, wondering if he would break the furniture or one of her bones. Mr. Gerhardt remained standing. Of course he would. He wanted the power of his height and the advantage of whatever rest he'd taken in this chamber. Zinnia took calming breaths. counting them until her heart at least started to slow. 3, 4, 5, 6. You told yourself that you were being nice to me, she sang. You told yourself that you were a prize I didn't realize I could win. You told yourself that all you had to do was wave your family's money around and every problem you had would vanish. In brief, Mr. Gerart, you told yourself a lot of lies. That's very rude, considering your social standing, said Mr. Gerart. You're a widow relying entirely on the benevolence of the university. What do you think is going to happen when your expertise is surpassed by smarter men? How well will you manage when they've wrung every atom of your backcountry knowledge out of you? You will need my money, Mrs. Balvin, to solve your problems by that time, and by that time it will be far too late to win my favor. I doubt I ever had your favor, Zinnia sang. There was something inside her heart that refused to make it flutter, something inside her gut that would not twist up and make her vomit in fear. What I might have been, what I had might have been your desire, but it was a desire no stronger than that for a shiny new toy. I was nothing more to you, Mr. Gerart, than some pleasing thing for you to try to buy. You need to learn, Mr. Gerart, that people are not like serving mechanicals. You cannot put kind acts into them until affection comes out. Mr. Gerard scoffed. Well, I never. You presume too much of me, Mrs. Balvin. I have been nothing but kind to you, and this baseless surmise is all you can throw in my face? How dare you say such things? You will be hearing from my family's lawyers. I believe Mrs. Balvin has read you like a penny rag, Mr. Gerard, said Xavier. She's had years of learning such insights at a very personal school of hard knocks. That's the kind of school that knocks you hard, supplied Mr. Docker, and beats you more for flinching. He made a tight fist that cracked his knuckles, which did a great deal to cow Mr. Gerard. It's still vile slander and supposition, he quavered, trying and failing to look brave in the face of his imposing brackets. I can take you to court about this. You even supplied me with witnesses. Favorable ones, Mr. Gerard? Asked Xavier. I've heard the scholars in the legal division arguing as to whether Void could testify in court. They might not let it on the stand, given that it's a historical artifact and not a person under the law. That is correct, said Void. I am not evidence, therefore I do not belong in a courtroom. I belong in a museum. And I, said Mr. Docker, stretching in such a way as to threaten the seams of his shirt and coat with his muscles, might have a real shaky memory about what goes on in here. Mr. Gerard suddenly found himself literate to the room's atmosphere and quelled himself. I see. The imbalance is most definitely not in my favor. He managed to find some pillows in awkward reach. Neither Mr. Docker nor Void permitted him to move from his spot. Then he finally settled himself cross legged on the resulting pile. I suppose we must commence this lecture according to the general style. He put on the affectation of a beginner student of 6 and intoned, Good afternoon, Mrs. Balvin. Zinnia had to take a few more calming breaths. 3, 4. It is time, Zinnia sang at last, to tell you everything about my first courting, my first marriage, and my first husband. I must tell you everything about my Aaron. Dun dun dun. Bitzer!
Yeah, I might have giggled. I might have cussed a lot while making sure that there was no words that you couldn't pronounce.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Look, unless you got horns hanging up that halo, I do not see one hanging above your head. It's crooked.
You're crooked.
No, it's they're saying that the halo's crooked, and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I knew I knew.
No, we are not teaching Izzy another language.
I know enough Latin to get me in trouble. I know enough Spanish to get me in trouble. I know enough French pronunciation to make me dangerous, and, now there's some Korean in the mix. No! No more. Let me learn at my own pace.
Right on, right on, right on.
Oof, oof. I didn't think I'd ever say this, but I have too many monitors.
Oh, we finally reached too many. All right, let's see who's up next.
Monitors. Now, to be clear, this one over here is set to vertical because of my work setup, because I also use this setup for my work laptop. But these are some really I've got 3 really old Dell monitors that are really kinda tiny, they don't blah, blah, blah. Okay. Then I've also got a 4th monitor that has speakers because I don't have speakers that I can plug into this beautiful, you know, this this BBC. Um, that is sitting over here. So I had to attach the 4th monitor because it has embedded speakers. But so now I've got a vertical, I got this one, and I got that one, and then over there, hiding behind, is a bigger monitor that has better resolution. It's just it's fine. Good job. I did just really steal your joke.
Yes, yes. But you're not here, so does it count as a stolen joke?
I mean,
I mean, you're in the
technically, he
comments, but
gave
you're out
me
here in the boxes.
technically, he gave me the BBC.
I can't. I can't. Nope. Nope. Mm-mm. I can't. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. Ain't touching that one with a 10-foot pole and someone else pushing.
And he can't mute
Which
me.
just set Aries off. I hope you're happy.
I'm sorry.
Aries is now in there giggling. I hope you're happy. Yes, but when the gremlin giggles,
Next.
I have to worry about something breaking. Next. Oh
No,
God.
no, no. No, he wouldn't be. Next up, Foggy. Good. I'm bear with me just one moment because thanks to the jokes, I am now overheating and sweating. So real quick.
While we wait, how's everybody doing? How's everybody enjoying? Please share out to all your socials. Um, that's always good. I got a nice mop today with a extra long handle so I can attempt to clean my ceiling. Things that are set on stream.
Things that are set on stream. Yes, absolutely. Because Lord knows we are not going shirtless around this joint. There we go.
We're not that kind of show.
We're not that kind of show. Gee, would he be disappointed? I don't know. And here we are with Foggy's submission this week. Her reflection blinked a moment after she did, and Celia cocked an eyebrow at it. It didn't mimic. Dim as it was, the lantern's light glowed from where it sat on the wooden surface. It showed her the layers of dust that clung to the old mirror. Behind her reflection, a dark haze rippled in lazy waves. The lantern's flame didn't play off her reflection's features, though. She should be running, but she'd never seen such mimicry before. It seemed to be absorbing the light instead. She couldn't look away and check for the fog either way. Well, that that that's unnerving. Her spine crawled with frost when this thing smiled on her face. It had chosen just then to pounce, the shadow bursting from the mirror of the pilfered vanity. Stumbling back, Celia barely managed to hide behind her arms. Most of the shards broke against her armor or sank into the leather. Smaller shards scored her ears and cheeks. The pain bloomed and only overlapped, making her scream. When she looked at the shadow, it still wore a distorted form of her with a widened, hungry grin filled with shards of the mirror. Her own golden eyes were ablaze from the back at its sunken hollows. A second scream escaped as liquid darkness wove around her forearms and locked them together. Celia let loose a chain of curses. Her forearms began to go numb. That needling sensation prickled from her fingertips up to her shoulders. The shadow squinted at her and surged forward, taking them both across the room. It felt like the room moved around them. Then her back met the wall beside the open door with a thick crunch. The rotting wall buckled, and it felt like she'd broken a support beam or her back. The impact emptied her lungs, and yep, that was definitely her too. The pain made her vision darken and swim. Before her loomed a dense creature made of black smoke, its body malleable and substantial. Its presence seemed to eat the room's dingy colors. Attacking any shadow head on would be like fighting a river or stick of lard. She didn't fight back. She couldn't. Instead, she centered herself and focused, then placed her forehead against her frosted forearms where it gripped her. Closing her eyes, she recalled the memory of Mercy killing a friend years ago, something she never regretted but never forgave herself for. She took in all her emptiness from that moment, then opened a channel of mind magic. Too wide, far faster than ever before. The density of the magic here shocked her. Her soul strained to contain the channel almost immediately for the split second it surged through her. The amplified memories feeling poured into the shadow and flooded it. When it panicked, she force fed the feeling to the beast. The shadow coalesced into a solid form before it pulsed once, turning from cavern dark to the pale blue of ice. Slamming the channel closed, vaporized the breath she held and left her gasping for a deep breath as her arms fell to her sides. The heat of the spell didn't last long, but the surge was enough to melt the shadow's grip. At least it was a little one, came the steadily amused voice of Joriel. Joriel, from the doorway beside her. With a glance around the now destroyed room, he added, "Do you always enter rooms like a storm warning?" "Oh, yeah," she scowled, "because I'm the destructive one here. Where were you 5 seconds ago?" "Three doors down," he snickered with a thumb back before hefting up a bag of gold. She scoffed to hide a wince and squinted at him in the dull light from where she'd dropped her lantern. She straightened against the wall, placed a boot against her reflection's frozen body, and pushed. Biting her tongue, her jaw clenched against the pain radiating through her. Free from the wall, she went, retrieved her lantern, tried to regulate her breath, and then stepped past him, back into the second floor's eastern halls. She plucked free the splintered glass from her skin and inhaled sharply to each one. She winced, then asked, mostly in frustration, "Joriel, why did you actually bring us here? Are we here to die on your call, or was there an actual goal? You seriously haven't found anything? Where'd that earlier bravado go? So much for all that bolstering and bragging last week. You're all hot air, Cilia. He shot back, his boots scuffed off the old wooden floorboards where they'd rotted and warped. The echo of a music box had started again from beyond distant corners. It caught her focus immediately. Having reached the main foyer, they went down the stairs to the ground floor. They started toward the door. From behind her, Joriel asked, "How old do you think that shadow was?" When Cilia caught a sideward look at him in her lantern light, "Perhaps a 3-year?" He held up and shook his gold. No, that one was a 5th year." His tone was far too nonchalant for her liking. It was as if he was treating this field trip as if it were just a fun time jaunt through a haunt. She might not be very large, but she was about to lay him out flat. Right, as if that somehow justifies risking our lives here. What if they're all already dead? She paused to pick her footing over the rotting garbage that littered the main entrance of the estate. "You're quite the gem, but you already knew that." Back outside they went, where the cooler air was far less stifling, under the filtered light of the sun that barely broke through the thick cloud layer. Its rolling shades of gray threatened more rain, though the smell of mildew and rot permeating everything here in Elderholt, but not as heavy outside. It smelt more like wet concrete and plant life. She took a deep breath and looked up. It was no surprise to see the sentinels still watching and assessing their progress through the city. Celia gave it a pensive little wave before turning her attention to the woman who sat perched near the estate's gate. Yorza stood atop the property's outer wall. "Any loot to add? We really should get going before we find that 10-year shadow again." Joriel scanned the wall's length. "Where's Squoko?" "The Froglin? I thought it went inside with you two, didn't it?" Yorza murmured. Squinted eyes focused on the old home's dilapidation. It really was a disgusting sight. The walls had long lost their paints, and the metals had tarnished and rusted from disuse. Practically everything here had a layer of grimy dirt on it where there wasn't blue mosses and plant life that tracks minds. Cilia stopped, pivoted mid-step, and ignored a shimmering image of her old friend, Elistrin. With that, she twirled back toward the house and put Elistrin's pleading voice out of her mind. The overgrown grass began whimpering like a pack of puppies. "I'm not losing my wee frog friendo in this mentally unstable city." She paused and heard a croak from ahead. The ugly little froglin stepped into the faulty sunlight. His traveling cloak, a sapphire blue and brown trimmed hemlines and cuff, had seen better days. It was missing the sleeve and was covered in mud and blood. In one hand, he held his quarterstaff. His other palm was pressed to the top of his head as he rubbed it with blue moss. The moss made his smooth, pale green skin glow a soft blue. She sang a low hum of inquiry. He croaked in return with a warm affirmation of his well being. The loud rumble he emitted was more of a laughter, but she couldn't be sure. Celia suddenly had to stop herself from falling as she staggered back. A gasp of sharp pain escaped her. The fractured rib shifted uncomfortably as she was caught off guard. It was as if the world had just inverted in her head. An abrupt, silent static took her mind and senses, making her feel as though she were falling. Fear struck her heart and hatched her breath. Her sight flickered to that of Yorza's view of herself. The fear felt just as sharp, but seeing herself covered in her own blood, Celia wondered if her companions were also seeing this. Then Yorza looked up. Celia followed suit. A massive winged statue floated far above them. Celia felt the sensation of laughter sweep through her. Then the sentinel dropped from the sky, landing and flattening the tall grass around it, the impact akin to a boulder landing. It sent up a plume of dust and sent out a burst of dirt. Celia, wide-eyed, felt the sheer weight of the clockworked statue's mind. Behind its cold stone and gold-trimmed facade, there was something there, staring directly through her as if she were transparent. In her mind, a deep, resonating voice filled the thinning air. "Fine fair day, isn't it?" The sentinel looked at Joriel. and shifted its stance, the massive sword it held clenched tight. Joriel stopped dead in his tracks, and Cilia could see his flesh crawl with black smoke for a split second as a second sentinel landed on his head. Sword pointed first, Joriel's body folded in as he was guillotined into the ground. The shadows and ground exploded outward with the impact. Joriel melted into a mass of writhing darkness, accompanied by an otherworldly scream which tore through both reality and minds. Job done, said the new sentinel in a casual wave of pride, resting both hands on the hilt of its sword. The guardian stood still, stone hood and armor clad body, its wings, thin and angelic in craft, quietly folded to his back with a little flare. They appeared to have fresh paint over the stone feathers, giving each of the plumes a light blue tip that shimmered with magic. Thank you for luring this tenure out of hiding. Your other party has already escaped the city. They camp just beyond the outer wall. Celia had to shake herself. Her senses returned to her as the sword in the massive shadows was absorbed, causing the stone blade to glow. White smoke rose from its surface. Oh, what the shit was even that? What of the gods below are you? Your friend died 14 years ago. That is the shadow that separated your party yesterday. Its words were thick in the air, and she could feel the guardian's thoughts weigh on her mind. The world flowed through her like an icy river's runoff. Squoko's mind song filled Celia's ears with a song of brass and croaks. Through the sentinel's communal telepathy, Squoko told her, these city protectors, the Gravarian sentinels of the mind titan Aldrian. He must have sensed her confusion because the froglin's eyes scrunched closed and rubbed his throat. That we are, and we have been instructed to intervene here. Celia Varagorn, the dragon has had your presence requested. These two will be taken to join your friends outside the city. Her heart froze. What does that mean? What would a dragon want with me? Do I have a choice? The two statues looked to one another, then it looked back at her. You do have the choice. You can either be transported out of Eldraholt right now or come meet Gashi. It was Yors's voice that rippled in her mind next. Joriel was the one paying us. We may as well go with it. Celia looked over in time to see her friend shrug as she walked around the statue to help. Her medical supplies were already out. Yors's approach was accompanied by a low, rolling sound from Squawko. It sounded to her like a tired agreement. Celia just realized Squawko stood beside her, standing tall. To look at the glass still wedged in her leather vest and padded linens. Her shoulders sagged as tension dropped from her. The ache in her back just throbbed, but she stood still to let Yorza apply her healing salves to her ear and cheeks. She shook a little, just wanting to sit down, cry, and not think about today anymore. Damn it, Joriel, you liar. You're a distraction. I'm really into the story, and you just got to wrap yourself around my feet, huh? Okay, we're gonna try this again. One of the guards stepped closer and bent down, bringing its massive head leveled before her. Almost letting instinct take the step back, she forced herself to stand still, one hand on her short sword on her hip. Cilia, it said, the voice a mere whisper that hummed warmly. You have survived opening a channel in the epicenter of Aldrian. This makes a special case, and Gwashi wishes to test your mind and spirit if you allow it. Do you accept? Celia stood, her mind reeling to know more. But to be tested by the castle guardian? That only meant one thing. Her eyes grew cold as she stared at the statue's masked facade. Its eyes glowed a soft white light. He wants to test my soul, she thought outwardly, but something in her sank like sand. Yes, to see if you are worthy, to ascend as the champion. That mantle must be restored. It stood up, her eyes following it toward the sky. Do you accept the test? She clenched her hands over her gut as she grappled with the invitation. To believe in the star and the moons? Sure, she couldn't deny magic and the Titans, but she never believed in the champions to do what was right. They had stayed off in their own domains, never reaching out to actually help the mind domain. Could she? Should she be one of those legends? What if the dragon allowed her? What would that do to her? Would she become like the old king Losren Grave? Didn't his ego and death cause the mass exodus of Eldraholt a century or two ago? The other guardian pulled his sword loose and held it at his side and thought out his answers. Yes, maybe, possibly, and yes, but over time. Eldraholt slowly fell into what you see now. With a long, deep breath, she tried to shore up, but her muscles gave out. Yorza having caught her under the arm, her mind swam in all the mental noise the air held. The cool breeze brushed the grass and made the pups briefly yap louder, her friend's inner thoughts in the guard's quiet, a sort of fog that made thinking about the last 3 days here more difficult and more bearable. The warmth of a campfire came to mind, despite the chilled wind. Her friends were okay and here for her. Yours' mind was that of a solid step, reassuring, while at the same time, Squoko's calming presence provided her a steady rhythm. He had pressed his staff to her spine, healing the rib with a wave of warmth. Finding her balance, she put her arm across her friend's shoulder. Then she looked up at the guardian. I'll meet with Gwashi. Dun dun dun. What the fuck, Foggy?
That would be the first mic mute of the night, and Foggy's first for the show.
Foggy, you're saved by the Kieran. Because if I yell and scream the way I want to, claws are going to dig into my shoulder, and I'm actually enjoying this because this cat does not like being held like this at all. And they're taking it. So I'm going to enjoy this. So you get out of jail, get out of jail, Kieran card.
You get a get out of jail Kieran card. Please let's not try to say that one 5 times fast.
Yeah, not doing that. Not doing that. Just like there was no fucking reaction to the sentinel like smashing the fuck out of Jor-El. None. None. What? Like you just smashed and killed my companion and I'm not going to have a reaction? I mean, granted, the sentinel did immediately respond with what the hell was going on and shit, but like so Celia just accepts it, but yes, Kieran. Yes. Ads in 3 minutes, subscribe or suffer capitalism. Yes, this is true. Oh gosh. Okay, okay, okay. Kieran, you got to let go of the shirt before you jump. Yes, very pretty kitty. That would be that would be my little witch. Okay, so real quick, ad starts in 2.5 minutes. Here's what we gonna do. We are gonna remove Foggy from the thingamajiggy. I need to go use the restroom real quick. But while we're gone,
I was about to say, do we want to go ahead and do a quick intermission?
we can't. Oh gosh, I'm busting my thing. Okay, so real quick, we're gonna be right back. Take this opportunity to go to the restroom, refill your drinks, your snacks. If you need more tissues because you're dumb and don't have handkerchiefs, go refill those. Although we haven't had any issues with crying yet, but more of the tearing them in frustration and pissosity, maybe.
You need
And
something
I'm
to
up
bring
next.
that's not somebody's neck.
Yes, and I'm up
Because of
next.
course,
So
okay,
let
so
me go.
so
Do, 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 do. We will be right back. two,
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Got my
Welcome
snacks.
back.
Oh,
Okay,
ooh, what you got?
I have Talenti dairy-free sorbetto Alfonso mango.
Mm, mango's just too tart for me.
I love this. Mm.
But I
Okay,
am eating like caramel chocolate popcorn and pretzels. So, I mean, like, I have room to talk.
there we go. All right, up next is moi. Very boring scene. Darnell waited patiently. Tailing two targets could get tricky, but this guy clearly had some beef with the kid. Maybe he could use that. He scoffed. Kid, little Jay ain't so little anymore. But I bet dollars to his cop donuts he still knows where Hannah is. His attention snapped to the other car. The scrawny guy behind the wheel had stumbled out. He stretched, almost comically, adjusting his jeans after hours in the driver's seat. He drifted toward the hotel office, unsteady. Darnell let him go, watching the slight drift in his step. The man had driven fine, so he wasn't drunk, just weary, off kilter. He smirked as he pulled off his sunglasses, then glanced in the rearview mirror. His tightly coiled hair had more silver than he would have liked, but he didn't look bad. Just another middle aged traveler. When the other man entered the office, he pushed his door open and stepped out. Darnell shut it softly and worked the stiffness out of his limbs. How do I play this? He stepped onto the sidewalk, moving to the door. The other man was already arguing with the clerk on the far side of the counter. Darnell opened the door. You always enter rooms like a storm warning? The clerk looked up, then quickly looked back down at his keyboard. The man jerked around, shoulders going rigid. For half a second, he looked worse than he had from the car, pale and greasy beneath the lobby lights, jaw tight enough to crack. Mind your business. Darnell chuckled and stepped up beside him at the counter. Bit late for that, seeing as we've been sharing the road all day. The man froze, every inch of him pulling taut. The clerk cleared his throat and slid a key card across the counter. Room 212. Neither of them looked at him. Darnell tilted his head, studying the man's face. Question is whether you've been following me. He let the thought hang, smile sharpening. Or the cop. The silence thickened with the other man's shock, then fear. When it curdled into anger, Darnell grinned. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Darnell chuckled. The clerk cleared his throat again. Mr. Huntington, your room key? He pushed it further across the counter. Recognition clicked, and Darnell took a harder look. Huntington. Any relation to that kid who choked at the last minute and lost his shot at the majors when he broke his ankle? Huntington stiffened. It lasted less than a second. A hitch in his shoulders, a tightening around his mouth, but Darnell caught it. The man's expression smoothed too quickly to be natural. What's it to you? Are you following me? His hand hovered over the key card before finally closing around it. Darnell glanced at the clerk, noting the bead of sweat, hairline, and the nervous twitch of his mouth. He turned back to his target, relaxing his shoulders and leaning out of the man's personal space. Let's talk. Huntington took a step back as well. Why would I want to do that? Darnell let a measured smirk curl across his lips and lowered his voice to a murmur. If you're following who I figure, we could help each other. He pointed to the card in the other man's hand. How about we take this somewhere with less ears? He tilted his head slightly toward the clerk with a lift of an eyebrow. Huntington jerked, turning his head toward the counter too quickly, too noticeably. Darnell caught his arm and eased him further away from the counter. Easy. Don't draw more attention. Huntington jerked his arm free, eyes darting behind Darnell at the exit before returning. His jaw worked. Fine, he muttered. But if this is some kind of setup, Darnell felt his smirk deepen. It ain't. Got him. He gestured to the door as he stepped aside. After you. Huntington threw his shoulders back and stood taller. Darnell choked back a chuckle and followed him out. It was almost funny the way this guy was unraveling. I hope this ain't a mistake. Either he helps or I have to get rid of him. He followed him out to the parking lot and stood by while Huntington grabbed a duffel from his back seat. Huntington didn't look at him while he worked the strap loose, but his movements were tighter, now a bit careless, as though he was suddenly aware of how visible he was. Darnell kept back, eyes moving between Huntington and the lot around them. Midweek in this town was dead. Darnell didn't like the stillness. The car door slammed a little harder than necessary. Huntington was already walking toward the hotel's exterior door, bag slung over his shoulder. Got it, he said. Darnell gave a small nod and fell into step beside him as they reached the sidewalk. Dun dun dun. Hey, boring.
Is he?
What? What?
That's not a, oh, sorry, that was boring. No, it's not. It's crucial fucking information, you little bitch.
Oh, I'm sorry. A scene between two bad guys?
Yeah, I'm with Foggy down there with the suspicious chicken.
Whew, 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 chest freeze, chest freeze. Whew. All right, next up, Nathan Stark. About time we had one from Nathan again. All right, y'all, make sure you're sitting down. Okay. The weight of ordinary things. Her reflection blinked a moment after she did. Lena froze with her hands still wrapped around the chipped edge of the bathroom sink. The fluorescent light above her hummed, casting everything in a thin, unforgiving white. She stared harder, waiting for the mirror to betray her again, to leg, to twitch, to prove that something in the world was still offbeat, still broken. But the reflection only stared back now, perfectly in sync, hollow eyed, tired. Figures, she muttered. The apartment smelled faintly of bleach and something older, something that had seeped into the walls long before she ever signed the lease. The kind of place landlords didn't fix, just painted over. The kind of place people passed through, not lived in. Lena grabbed her keys from the counter and stepped out into the morning air. The bus hissed as it knelt in curb. She climbed aboard without looking at the driver, sliding into a seat near the back. The city moved past in streaks of gray and muted color, brick buildings, flickering signs, people hunched into themselves. She pressed her forehead against the glass. 3 months out. 3 months since the gates opened behind her with a finality that echoed louder than the slam itself. 3 months of trying to feel something other than the dull, constant pressure in her chest, like grief without a name. 3 months of silence. She'd tried praying once, just once. It had come out clumsy, half formed. If you're there, but the words died in the air before they even reached the ceiling. Not ignored, Not rejected, just gone, like they had nowhere to land. The bus lurched to a stop. Lena stood, adjusting the strap of her worn bag over her shoulder. Another day, another 8 hours of stacking shelves, wiping counters, pretending that this small, invisible life was enough. The bell above the door chimed as she entered the store. It was always the same sound, too cheerful for a place like this. Morning, her manager called from behind the counter without looking up. Lena gave a slight nod and moved toward the back, clocking in with a quiet beep. Her name flashed briefly on the screen before disappearing again, swallowed by the system, just like everything else. She tied on her apron and got to work. Cans, boxes, bottles. Stack, align, face forward. Her hands moved on autopilot, muscle memory guiding each motion. There was something almost comforting in it, the repetition, the predictability. No surprises, no chaos, no feeling. Halfway down aisle 3, she sensed it before she heard it. A shift in the air. Do you always enter rooms like a storm warning? The voice was light, almost amused. Lena looked up. A guy stood at the end of the aisle, one hand resting casually on a cart. Early 30s, maybe. Clean, but not polished. The kind of face that looked like it had seen things but hadn't let them harden him. She frowned. What? He gestured vaguely toward her. You've got this presence, like something's about to happen. She stared at him for a moment, unsure if he was joking. Yeah, she said finally. Usually nothing good. He smiled. Not pitying, not mocking, just warm. I don't know, said. Storms bring rain. Sometimes people need that. Lena blinked. For a second, just a second, something flickered inside her chest. Not warmth exactly, but movement. Then it was gone. Need help finding something? She asked, her voice flattening back into routine. Coffee, he said, the strong kind. She pointed to the next aisle. End cap. Appreciate it, he said. He didn't leave right away, just stood there a second longer, like he wanted to say something else. But then he nodded and pushed his cart forward. Lena watched him go. Storm warning. She turned back to the shelf, but her hands hesitated. No one had ever described her like that before. Most people didn't describe her at all. The rest of the shift passed the way they always did, quiet, uneventful, forgettable. A blur of small interactions. A woman asking where the sugar was. A man complaining about prices. A kid knocking over a display and laughing while his mother apologized. Ordinary things. Weightless things. Or at least they were supposed to be. It was near closing when the moment happened. Lena was wiping down the counter, the smell of disinfectant sharp in her nose when the bell chimed again. She didn't look up at first. Excuse me. The voice was soft, small. Lena glanced up. A little girl stood near the door, maybe 6 or 7, clutching a crumpled dollar bill in her hand. Her shoes were too big. Her jacket hung off her shoulders like it didn't belong to her. Yeah, Lena said. The girl approached slowly, eyes scanning the shelves like they might disappear if she looked away. Um, how much is the bread? She asked. Lena followed her gaze to the cheapest loaf on the rack. 2.50. The girl's fingers tightened around the dollar. Oh, she said quietly. Silence stretched between them. Lena went back to wiping the counter. Is that all you have? She asked after a moment. The girl nodded. For my mom, she added quickly. She's she's not feeling good. Something shifted. Not in the room. In Lena. It was small, barely noticeable, like a pebble dropped into still water. She set the rag down. Wait here, she said. She walked over to the shelf, grabbed a loaf, and brought it back to the counter. The girl's eyes lit up for a second before dimming again. I don't have enough, she said. I know, Lena replied. She rang it up anyway. The register beeped. $2.50. Lena opened the drawer and pulled out a couple of crumpled bills from her own pocket, sliding them in without thinking. The drawer closed. The receipt printed. She handed the bag to the girl. The girl hesitated. But it's fine, Lena said. Go on. The girl took it slowly like it might vanish. Thank you, she whispered. Then she smiled. It wasn't a big smile, not dramatic, not life-changing, just genuine. And then she turned and walked out the door. The bell chimed again. Silence. Lena stood there, staring at the empty space where the girl had been. Her chest felt tight, different. She pressed a hand against it. What the hell? It wasn't pain. It wasn't numbness either. It was something in between. Something she hadn't felt in a long time. Wait. She finished closing in a daze, locked the doors, turned off the lights, stepped out into the night. The air was cooler now, the city quieter. Lena leaned against the brick wall beside the store and looked up at the sky. Dark, empty, the same as always. If you're there, she said softly. The words felt less foreign this time, less forced. She waited. Nothing answered. No voice, no sign. Just the distant hum of traffic and the faint flicker of a streetlight. Lena exhaled. Yeah, she said. Figured. But she didn't feel the same emptiness she had before. Not completely. She thought of the girl's smile. Small, ordinary, and yet it lingered. The next morning, her reflection blinked at the same time she did. No delay, no distortion, just her. Still tired, still carrying everything she'd been trying to outrun. But something was different, subtle, like a crack in the numbness. Days passed, then weeks. Nothing dramatic changed. The apartment still smelled like bleach. The bus still rattled. The store still chimed. Ordinary things. But Lena started noticing them. The way sunlight hit the shelves in the late afternoon. The sound of laughter from the next aisle. The weight of a thank you when someone actually meant it. Each moment was small, insignificant on its own, but together they added up. One evening, as she was stocking the end cap, she saw him again, the man from before, coffee guy. He raised a hand in greeting. Storm warning. Lena almost smiled. Coffee? She asked. Always, he said. He lingered again, like last time. You look different, he added. Do I? Yeah, less like you're about to disappear. She frowned slightly. Didn't realize I looked like that. He shrugged. Most people don't realize how they look to others. Lena leaned against the shelf, crossing her arms. What about now? She asked. He considered for a moment. Now? He said slowly. Now you look like someone who stayed. The word hit harder than she expected. Stayed. Not ran, not vanished. Stayed. That night, Lena sat on the edge of her bed, staring at her hands. They looked the same. Scarred, worn, but they'd done something. Something small. Something that mattered. She thought about all the years she'd spent believing her life was too broken to mean anything, too far gone, too empty. She thought about the silence she'd felt when she tried to pray, the fear that there was nothing listening, nothing waiting, nothing at all. Her chest tightened again, but this time she didn't push it away. If you're there, she whispered. The words didn't feel like they were disappearing anymore. They didn't echo either. They just existed, hanging in the air, real. I don't know how this works, she admitted. I don't know if you're even there. Her voice trembled slightly. But something happened. She swallowed. That kid, she smiled. Her eyes burned. And it mattered. It shouldn't have, but it did. Tears slipped down her cheeks before she could stop them. I felt it, she said. For a second, I actually felt something. Her hands curled into fists. So if that's all there is, if it's just that, she took a shaky breath, then maybe that's enough. Silence filled the room, but it didn't feel empty. Not this time. The next day, Lena entered the store. The bell chimed, same as always. But she paused just inside the door, taking it in. The light, the smell, the quiet hum of the refrigerators. Ordinary things, important things. She stepped forward. And for the first time in a long time, she felt like she belonged to the moment she was standing in, not running from it, not numbing it, living it, one small choice at a time. And somehow that made all the difference. Dun dun dun. Well, Jules, you said make it matter.
I did that. That was if nobody caught that, that's the birthday challenge.
Small things, make it matter.
Make it matter.
Holy mercious.
That boy knows how to do some emotional damage.
Yes. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
I'm
Mm.
just sitting over here steadily eating my pretzels because I just can't do that right now.
Nah, Doc. It was the little things that Huey noticed about Fiona, and it mattered to him. Like he knew all he needed to know. Those little things, wrist bruises, the scraped up knuckles. He noticed the little things and it mattered to him. Did good. All right, next up. We're just booking right along because, scuff wouldn't be a fucking Hold My Pen Promptcast episode if it wasn't a little bit of scuffy Stavros. Oh boy. This email is entitled Time Capsule Mystery. One that had me really confused last week. But also not confused. So just she had always been the odd one out. In schools, students and teachers always said there was nothing wrong with her, how she just didn't meet the right people to be her friends. Like that explained her attempts to make friends by buying the same pair of shoes and hope by having the same pair, Stacy would have something to talk about with the well liked girl in class. Or when she mentioned liking a boy as a friend and her friend told her she had asked the boy out for her the same day, leading to the boy's best friend threatening her unless they broke up. Like it explained why she tried to shape her style, personality, reputation, and speech patterns to fit in with her friends in school, only for them to whisper, "Why did you invite her this time?" behind Stacy's back. After time, it became the new normal, playing the floater friend and always thinking she was only tolerated, even among others, just as outsider as her saw her as different. She distinctly remembered a girl who had dark hair when she was in school. She didn't talk much and stood outside the circles like Stacy. That didn't mean they drifted close. Being on the outside didn't work like that. It was like looking into a mirror. Realistically, when you are going to become close with your reflection, after leaving that school, she didn't know what happened to that girl. She didn't even know her name. Though, if she saw her, Stacy bet she would recognize her. She was good at recognizing facial similarities, usually. Give or take a few anomalies, like that one girl, Cindy, from a grade one field trip. Seeing her pop up at the same store she was at years later had been jarring. Usually she remembered features pretty well. Guess it couldn't always be accurate, though. "Do you always enter rooms like a storm warning?" The old man Walter grumbled from his newspaper by the door to the small cafe. "Sorry, Walter. I don't think they greased up the door hinges yet. I'll remind them again," Stacy said. While she placated him, that didn't mean jack, though. The manager was barely around and didn't care enough to grease a door hinge. "Hey, Kelly, one double double, please." Stacy gave a short wave to the only employee on staff at the small cafe. "Coming right up, Stace." She watched quietly as Kelly made her two cream, two sugar coffee. Thinking over the strange letter in her entryway, a part of her wanted to trash it, but after the time capsule experience, she just couldn't make herself do it. After the camcorder was watched immediately, the other classmates After the camcorder was watched, immediately the other classmates started demanding answers and asking pointed questions. They said it was my sweater and my hair, except Stacy didn't remember such a thing. Why would she push a teacher down bleachers? Why would she stand there as a teacher's head bled out? But it had been caught on camera with someone wearing her sweater, the one that went missing halfway into the last year of that school year. The more pressing question was who filmed it and why didn't they come forward about it instead of placing it in the time capsule? "Here you go." Kelly placed her coffee in front of her. With thanks, Stacy paid and left. She saw part of the recording, but the filming was cut off after the teacher's head began to bleed rapidly. It was quickly after that she sped away from the time capsule, leaving behind a man she vaguely remembered trying to chase down her departing car. He had been dressed in a blazer and jeans with a lanyard around his neck, a news lanyard. It wouldn't take long for a story to be spun, but when would it be presented to the police? Is it still possible to present it to the police on something so flimsy? No one had even realized the teacher had died. One day she didn't come in and it was assumed she just up and left. Ms. Harrison had often said that just because someone is without family doesn't mean they were alone. Yet knowing she's dead now, Stacy realized just how alone Ms. Harrison had been. A buzz in her pocket interrupted her thoughts. "Hello?" Stacy answered her phone. "Is this Stacy Redmond?" a deep, serious voice asked. "Yes, this is she," a hint of nerves on her voice. "We need you to come down to the station for a few questions," the man stated. "Oh, okay, sir. What time should I come in?" Stacy asked, and she fiddled with her car door. "Tomorrow morning will do, 9 a.m." Stacy nodded to the air. "Yes, of course. I will be there at 9 sharp." The call ended as she put her phone in her pocket and drove home, barely paying attention. Time for some legality research. Dun dun dun.
I beg your finest damn pardon. That's where you fucking left it? If that ain't a full cliffhanger, I don't know what the fuck it is. The only thing you didn't do was put a boot in somebody's ass and knock them off. Is he, you got something, or are you just flabbergasted over there eating your ice cream or sorbet? You're just flabbergasted. We're okay. You just have another spoonful. You're fine. What say that that is not a mic mute? That is not a mic mute. That is a flabbergasted Izzy, but that is not a mic mute. Uh, flabbers have been gasted. The gasted have been flabbered. The cat has said, "Oh no," and flopped down on her back, and now requires tactical pets, especially under the chins. Jarros, we will have a conversation about this later. Just know we will have a conversation about this later. All right, Izzy, you wanna go ahead and just spin? It's probably safer to just spin. Oh, good. Okay, yeah.
I may not be as completely, sorry, Stavros got me fucked up. Um, so as we know, I do not read or have, and one of the rules of the Discord is you are not to discuss your submission piece with Izzy, right? You can discuss it with anybody else willing to like help you. How do I go about this? How do I go about that? I'm the only one. No. However, because Julie is working on lately the book that is taking place in the same universe as my book, I may know more about this one than I normally do. So I may not be as shocked the more we learn about Roscoe. Just an FYI, because we're, getting our story straight. I- That's not as suspicious as it sounds. I promise.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious, and I ain't gonna be suspicious.
Nothing had really
Any
changed in the
boozles.
years Nothing had really changed in the years Roscoe had been coming in and out of this old bar. Same regulars saddled up to their stools, drowning their sanity in rot gut whiskey. Same, it is not rot gut whiskey. It's whiskey that'll put hair on your chest. Same waitresses in their god awful fringed shirts and too short skirts, looking tired on their feet. Perfect place for everything and yet nothing to be seen. Roscoe had dozens of these no name back road watering holes in rotation depending on where the client was willing to meet up. It didn't go unnoticed that all murmurs seemed to stop when Roscoe entered the room. You would think she would be used to it by now, but no. She knew she made people nervous, and for good reason. Her switch could go from shooting the shit to face down on the hardwood floor in 2 seconds flat. So none of the patrons drew an easy breath until she made her way over to the bar. "Do you always have to blow in like a storm warning?" Jasper said with a half smirk. "Keeps 'em on their toes. Young guy come in yet? Probably said he was waiting on me." "Yeah, he's in the back corner over in Judy's section. Looks kind of sketchy if you ask me." "You say that about everyone, me included." Roscoe cut her eyes toward the guy she had talked to at the shop, sitting in the booth, eyes darting around like a caged animal. "And I'm usually right. Want your usual?" He reached for the bottle of Jack. "No, I'm heading out after this meeting." "All right, then, Coke it is. You want me to send over your double cheese and fries?" "Won't have time to eat it." "To go, then. What about Major? I see Nitro in the trailer." "Yeah, better make it a double order. You know he don't like to share. By the way, can you send Carlos out to the ranch and keep an eye on Dynamite for a few days?" "No, I can spare him. His mama might not like it much." "Tell Becky I'll bring her some of that homemade jam back from Three Forks. That should even us up for a few days. Plus, Carlos still owes me for pulling that truck out while you two were away last winter. That would have been a mess if you weren't just right up the road. I'll get it all squared away." "Time to clock in." Roscoe tipped her hat to Jasper and crossed to the back booth where her client waited. The man looked nervous, more so since she had seen him an hour ago. His eyes darted around before they landed on her, but there seemed to be no relief settling into him. Roscoe knew that panic and fear all too well, but wouldn't let it control the outcome of this case. Sliding into the booth, Roscoe looked over everything he had strewn out onto the table. "Looks like you came prepared." "You said bring everything." "That I did. So, before we get started, I have some questions." "All right." He looked at her with a little bit of scrutiny. "First of all, your name. Kinda need to know who I'm working for." Roscoe clocked the look she had received so many times from so many men. "Craig. Craig Whitmore. My sister is named Bonnie Whitmore." "Yeah, I caught that on the report you handed me earlier. Which brings me to the next question. Where did you get that information?" "The sheriff up in Three Forks." "And why would Manning hand you over the case file?" "One, because I'm her brother, and two, I'm a lawyer." "That don't mean shit out in these parts, especially since you ain't from here or there." "What makes you think I'm not?" "Your boots, for one, not dirty enough. Your hands, not rough enough. So cowboying or hard labor isn't what paid for that fancy degree. Now, you got two options as I see it. One, you level with me from start to finish. I go and find your sister. Or two, you keep pulling my chain and I walk away. Your sister becomes another statistic for these parts. So what's it going to be?" Craig glared at her, but ultimately admitted defeat. "We're from Colorado Springs. No, my parents didn't believe in either of their children pulling hard labor to succeed. And as you can tell, there is a large age gap between my sister and I. I was planned. She was the 10th birthday present I didn't ask for." "But you're close enough to be sitting in front of me instead of your parents?" "Mother and father were notified and have told me to handle it. See, they weren't neglectful when it came to Bonnie. They just—" Craig shrugged his shoulders, trying to find the right words. "They only wanted one. 10 years later, oops, I'm pregnant. They expected the same things out of Bonnie as they did me, but with none of the warmth I got. They were busy with their carriers, and I was Bonnie's keeper. Careers. Sorry. They were busy with their careers, and I was Bonnie's keeper. So to answer your question, yes, I am close enough with my sister to know she didn't just run away with the first boy to make a pass at her." "When was the last time you spoke to her?" "5 hours before she was taken." Did anything sound off? Not at all. They said they might cut the trip short because something to do with the hotel, but nothing that would have put up alarm bells. What was wrong with the hotel? Air conditioning was out. Okay, we will double back to that one in a minute. Where was she staying? Lewis and Clark. Dun dun dun. I can't wait. Yeah, 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 Stavros. You know as well as I do that there will be more of this story. Man, this was good. This was good. Now, if anybody recalls my Maggie and Sven story, I did submit a submission that said that Maggie had procured a night clerk job at the Lewis and Clark. Just saying. Bitzer, is this the one you two were plotting? Yes. Yes, that would be. So bingo bango. I very much like yeah, Roscoe was a flash in Julie's brain and it has blossomed into something. And this story, I cannot wait for y'all to hear the whole bit of it. It's I kind of know what's happening from beginning to end, kinda, you know, but oh, this is so exciting. Do, 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 do. Prompt include Lewis and Clark in your story. No, I'm not ready to go back and write more of Maggie. I gotta write Darnell and Huntington. So everybody knows this is the one that we've been plotting. Bits are clocked it. And good to know that we now have a sheriff of my fictional town. Yo, it was so funny. I'm stepped outside. I got my ears on,
Yeah,
right?
you
I'm
know how
stepped
bad it is
outside.
when me and
I'm
Izzy are
stepped outside. I got my ears on. Yeah, mute that thing. The happy dance gave it away.
about to say,
Yeah,
you know how
so
difficult it is for me and Izzy to be sitting there and I come across the mic, I'm like, Izzy, what was the name of the sheriff? She's like, what sheriff? Three Forks. And of course, she's writing everything in side chat because I can't hear her because she's using that
because
mic.
I was
And I'm sitting
outside.
there,
I was connected. Yeah.
yeah. So we're sitting there, and she's like, I don't know, name them. I'm like, okay. Now, now the sheriff's got a name.
Now the
Now,
sheriff's
mind
got a
you,
name.
I don't know if Manning is a he or I don't know if Manning's a he or a she. I think I refer to
Like,
as he. I'm not sure, but
mm, nope, you didn't.
okay. So we don't know if we got a last name. That's all we got for the damn sheriff.
We got a last name. That's good. All right. Next, moving on, moving on, moving on. I gotta tell you, once again, thank you very much to the TSV because this is the smoothest that this stream has gone. Once we worked out the kinks and the bugs, that it has been in a long time, and I just Gower!
We got a
Oh,
little bit of lag, but not nowhere where we're usually get.
oh no, that like a 5 second lag is like chef's kiss.
Yeah, chef's kiss compared to what we normally get. We're usually usually at this point of us being live for 3 hours, including the scuff, we're usually already
Lagging pro bad and gotta jump. Now, yeah, very tame. Okay, yay! Yay! Back to the day-to-day of a demonic houseworker. This is so funny. It is so excellent. Andy knocked on the front door of Griselda's house. When it opened, he was met with a nervous, young adult woman. It was easy to tell, despite the ugly obsidian mask, a tongue sticking out through the grinning fangs. The fake violet goatee made her steel eyes stand out all the more. Given how the feathered serpents of her hair moved towards him like he was a threat, an obvious sign that the woman was a Gorgon. She was wearing an orange dress that contrasted with the green scales of her arms, on top of the sensation of divinity wafting around the house. Gorgons were known to wear this kind of ugly mask, one that depicted a monstrous man for intimidation and to hide their face so their petrification didn't affect others. Weirdly enough, some considered that it enhanced the temptation to look at the true face behind the mask, a hidden gem. Amusing, one wanted to die by turning into a statue. Strangely enough, Andy shared the opinion of beauty. She looked like quite a tempting sight despite the monstrous mask strapped to her face, although the moment was ruined by water rushing towards his legs, leaving his blue pants drenched. Andy raised an eyebrow and then tilted his body to see behind her. The entire floor was filled with water that was flowing out of the entrance. Andy, right? The Gorgon nervously asked. The owl demon nodded and asked, I suppose this wasn't on purpose, right, miss? She fidgeted with her fingers, silent as a tomb, making Andy feel anxious. Did he do something wrong? Um, the woman said in a husky, nervous voice. I might have been responsible for the mess. Okay. Griselda, may I enter? Andy asked once again, and the woman nodded as she let him in. Andy entered, parking his cleaning equipment near the door. As he waded through the flowing water, he could sense the clumps of aether brushing at the edges of his awareness. It wasn't normal weather. He reacted by whistling at the flooded floor, which was smooth with slabs of marble, which was the downfall of many an older person. Okay, I feel divinity here. He turned his head towards the Gorgon, but not his body, which spooked Griselda. Her snakes hissed in a threat display. Sorry, I need to know what happened in detail. Griselda held one wrist behind her back and hunched in shame. She didn't say anything for a little while, and Andy let her have her time. Ugh, I'm a sleepwalker, Griselda said as she briefly looked at the ceiling, then cast her gaze to the floor. Her shoulders sagged as she sat down on a nearby chair, making the water splash. I took that from Charybdis's side of the family. I was dreaming of my garden, and one thing led to another, and now this. Well, it looks like a typhoon passed through here, Andy joked. Griselda scoffed at him at first, then followed with a chuckle. Yeah, we divinities have the power to influence nature in us, she said, humoring Andy. If you are capable of moving water, couldn't you have fixed this already? Andy asked her, tilting his body, imitating an inquisitive pose. His head was still backwards. Well, she said as she put her hand back at the nape of her neck, chuckling. It looked worse than earlier, and I am too tired. Ah, so that's why you called me, Andy cheekily stated. Did you find Nemo? Griselda laughed happily, the snakes of her hair licking the air and waving a little dance in amusement alongside her. She cleared her throat to control herself, although her body still jittered at the bogue. I trust you can clean this up, right? Heh, nothing I cannot handle, Andy said with a smile. It would take a while, but it is not as bad as other jobs I've had in the past. How bad were the ones before? Griselda asked, her head tilting alongside her snake's. Imagine cleaning cake from the ceiling, for instance, Andy plainly stated, making the Gorgon wince. Yep, it was that bad. Anyway, you can go outside. I can handle the rest. The Gorgon nodded now with better spirits and departed the house. What a nice girl, Andy thought as he looked back at the damp house and at the smooth floor, the water reflecting the smile on his face. He went back towards the entrance, grabbed his equipment, and started working with uplifted spirits through the day, all the while thinking how adorable the Gorgon was. Dun dun dun. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't get that. Look, I got an American tongue. We're lucky I can say Quinchana. I Andy's got a crush. That is so cute. Definitely rough around the edges, with grammar or whatnot, and it was kinda hard to follow the flow, but it is intriguing, like, the concept and the little day-to-day life and normally, I don't like slice of life stuff, right? The I need an actual rising action to a story, climax, falling action, I need plot. I also need decent characters. But you've got this world galler that is just brimming with lore that's being pulled from all over Kingdom Come and um no, 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 no. You use the word adorable. And she flirtatiously giggled at him. I know you didn't use the word flirtatiously, but that back and forth, that was
The way the
adorable.
snakes moved, the way the snakes moved, and she giggled, and she had to like clear her throat. That's flirting.
Mhm. That's totally
That's
flirting.
flirting.
But yeah, the lore and
That's why when I was helping Galler out, and I'm like, "Oh, no, that has to stay. I don't care what the fuck I gotta I don't care if I gotta die on that fucking hill. That's gotta stay."
All right. Yeah, no, I like the hearing about ancient lore that not a lot of people delve into and making a gorgon feel human, that's I haven't seen that
I think
since
the last one
Jake.
that made a Kesh. Kesh and Loki.
Oh, yeah, but the Norse gods and that Medusa, they're complicated, but she was still aloof. Kesha's Medusa is still aloof and um, but the last time I saw a cute, adorable Gorgon was Jake the American Dragon.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you that one.
Oh. No, yeah. Well, magical realism is it's a complicated thing. And there's two ways to go about it. Most people there's underlying magic that is just in normal things. Like um every time this woman makes this one bakery thing, somehow she infuses it with magic. That's magical realism. But then there's the other way where the whole world is magical, but they're just living realism, real day-to-day life, and that's what you're tapping into,
Realistic
and
lives,
that
yeah.
does yeah, and that's not done often.
Not well. I mean, not everybody can do it well.
All right, so we've got Wilhelm and Trisha left. Who's next? Gummy, 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 gummy. Gummy, gummy, gummy. Gummy, 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 gummy. Gummy. Da, 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 da. Spider cult. A bright, clear sky opened over the Chenet Psychiatric Hospital as Lowry pulled into the parking lot. The brakes squealed as the shadow of the building loomed over Robert. The nervous visage of Nurse Christie and two powerfully built orderlies appeared, approaching the car as Lowry stepped out. Sir, Nurse Christie said quietly. We discussed everything before, Lowry said tightly. Now, did you make the arrangements or didn't you? I did as you asked, she sighed, her shoulders drooping as she stared at her shoes. Excellent. Lowry snapped his fingers, the orderlies marching to the car and pulling Robert out of the back seat. Then we shall proceed. There is one wrinkle, Christie said quickly. The sheriff. I don't give a goddamned about the sheriff anymore, Lowry retorted. The orderlies paused, the two towering men exchanging a nervous glance. Lowry snapped his fingers again, glaring at them. Go on, take him into the building. You know I'm not a man to be displeased. The orderly to Robert's right muttered something before resuming his march, the other one following suit, as they carried him into the building with Lowry and Christine following behind. Robert took a deep breath of the clean outside air, having a good idea of the stench waiting inside. He also opened his ears wide and tried to listen in on what his captors were whispering about. The doors flung open ahead, the stench of ammonia, disinfectant, and rot stinging his nose as the first wail of the mad imprisoned inside cut through the air. Through that cacophony of voices, he was barely able to make out Christine saying, Lawrence's people have been snooping around here, and I think he's serious. Bah, keep him off my back till Friday, you hear? Lowry waved his hat dismissively. By then, it won't matter either way. Christine's reply was lost to the din, a timid squeak amongst the screams of those mad men condemned to padded cells. And within 20 steps, Robert joined them, the orderly shoving him into a straitjacket while Christine opened a door. Then he was thrown into a room covered with pink, rubber backed by some fluffy material. To his horror, there was a man already inside, a bearded, gaunt, graying figure in a white straitjacket. The stranger lifted his gaze, staring at Robert with eerily familiar eyes. As the doors clanked shut, a total silence fell upon them, the walls absorbing the noises from outside and even their breathing. With a laugh, the old man croaked, Of course, this is how Father Dagon chooses to send one of my own kind, as another sacrifice waiting for the spider. Nice to see you, too, Robert muttered, twisting against his restraints. He then looked into the man's eyes again, taking in the curve of his face. Where the hell do I know you from? That is a question I ought to ask of you, the man retorted. What's your name? How did they entrap you in their net? Robert Astor, and they caught me when I was using Sarah's dime to buy cigarettes. The man blinked, his mouth falling open. He coughed, the lines darkening as he said, Repeat that name? Sarah. Sarah Carver. You know her? Know her? She's my daughter. Oh.
We found Dad!
Oh. Sorry, Death's Head. I know you keep calling it an elder illusion, but in my head, it will forever be Spider Colt. Sorry. Oh, it was Robert's turn to blink. And you are? Maximilian Carver, eighth rank in the esoteric order of Dagon, and of the priestly lineage of Atlantis. He narrowed his eyes. And what is your relationship to my daughter? Um, well, I'd rather not say. Who was your mother? Maximilian snapped. Do you think that matters? Robert scoffed. We have to figure out a way to escape from here. It matters a great deal. Now, who was she? I don't know. I barely remember her, and I don't remember being a deep one until recently. He tried pushing on his bindings again. And all of that is moot if the spider eats us. Stop squirming and let me look at you. Fuck off. Was your mother named Sophia? Robert froze, a distant echo ringing through his mind, a kindly face in the kitchen calling him to breakfast. Maybe. A cry of rage shouted through the muted void of the room as Maximilian's face turned purple. And you dare to sleep with my daughter? You, son of that lowly whore who abandoned all of our kind for some human stock trader? Not even an initiate into the arcane and esoteric arts, but some nobody. You are out of your mind if you think that matters now, Robert cried. But his words were lost as the fishman began a tirade while they were both still trapped at the mercy of Spider Priestess and all of her foul flock. Seriously, I'm with Robert here. Seriously, like you're trapped in a room and you're more concerned about the fact that just got the dude, like try to escape. You can fight about
Look, we can
whether or not
argue about this
fight about
after we get the fuck out
whether
of
or not
Dodge, but not right now.
yes, but not right now. Like I'm totally with Robert here. Shit. Shit, man. Bitzer. That's one way of putting it. The shadow of Sarah's face stared back at her from the car window, her reflection seeming to blink a moment after she did, to move slowly and out of step with how she wished to shift. Outside, the yellow grassy hills of the county rolled by one after another. Her eyes watered as she yawned, muttering to herself, Damn, I'm tired. We've been awake for 2 days, Jack said from the driver's seat, his own eyelids drooping. He slid to one side, the car jerking before he himself snapped back awake. Sorry. So long as you don't get us killed, I'll be fine with you, Sarah replied, leaning her head against the window. Her eyes drooped shut, her breathing growing steady. A bump brought her back awake, a stab of panic shooting through her when she saw that they were aiming right for the edge of the road. She reached over and wrenched the wheel, hissing, Like that! What? Sorry, Jack muttered, shaking awake again. Take your foot off the gas, Sarah sighed. But foot off the gas, Jack grumbled, pulling to one side and slowing to a stop between two hillocks. Behind them, Jeremiah slowed and stopped as well. The old man hopped down from his car and walked around to the window, tapping on it. We're running out of juice, Sarah mumbled as she rolled down the window. A glance at Jack revealed that he'd already nodded off, leaning against the window. Or have already run out. This is no time for that, Jeremiah said firmly, tapping his cane against the car. We must reach the asylum before it's too late. We have a couple days, right? Sarah asked. That's what you told us. That's when the alignment will come. But there is little telling if that is the true deadline for Lowry's plans. We may have only hours left, or it may already be too late. We're useless to you exhausted like this. Useless to everyone. Damn it, Sarah, this is bigger than you or I, Jeremiah muttered. Hey, old man, Ignacio called from the trailing car as he leaned out the window. Are they stopping here for a rest? We should leave them be. I have work tomorrow. I'll make up your wages, Jeremiah said, stepping back. Tell Jack to move back. Ignacio can drive you two while I keep my car going. I don't know that I trust you, Sarah said quietly. Are you deaf? I told you Ignacio would drive you, not I. Sarah blinked, a shadow passing over them as clouds veiled the sun. With a sigh, she shook her head and opened the door, stretching as she said, Give me a minute or two to wake up. I'll drive again. I 6 minutes. That's all I need. Grumbling, Jeremiah waddled back to his car, leaving Sarah to step onto the baked concrete and stretch. The shadow deepened, a cool gust of wind blowing over her. A shudder passed down her spine, a sense of deja vu pressing down upon her. Like she had done all of this already and would, inevitably, do it all over again. If there was one thing Robert had learned to do, it was to listen, even when people thought they were refusing to tell him anything. And so it was that he used his teeth to carve away a little of the room's padding at the door and press his ear to the exposed crack, giving him a window onto the world outside. That was how he overheard the argument, a heated one with Christine, Lowry, Nathan, and the pastor from before. You, that it won't matter in a matter of days, Lowry said. All that is well and good if your plans come to fruition, the pastor groaned. As I and others have told you, this seems less than guaranteed, which will leave us to live with the consequences of failure. Just tell me you don't have faith in me and be done with it, old man, Lowry retorted. Please, Doctor, Christine began. Now don't you start, Lowry snapped. We've been over this already. Come off it, Nathan groaned. No matter how many times you go over this, the simple fact remains that we've stirred up a hornet's nest. Many hornet's nests, for that matter. And the test of us cannot, and the rest of us cannot stick our heads in the sand. We need to give the sheriff something, as well as my Masonic superiors, or else you may find yourself in need of new friends. I don't take kindly to threats, Lowry muttered. Doctor, they're just asking for something, Christine said hesitantly. You folks drive a hard bargain, Lowry sighed. Fine, bring out one of the keys. There was a rustle, then a clatter, the door vibrating under Robert's ear. He tried to scoot away, only to slump backwards against it as it opened, sprawling him onto the hallway floor. Lowry pointed at him. There, a volunteer. Nurse, if you please. Christine nodded, leaning down and taking hold of Robert's shoulders. She helped lift him to his feet, prompting him to spin around and snap. Where are you taking me? Oh, please, Lowry groaned. Do we need to sedate you? Stillness fell as Robert stared back at Lowry, having half a mind to force him to do his worst. The shouts and screams echoing through the halls gave him pause, an alternate tactic coming to mind. Regretfully, he shook his head, buttering, Fine, I won't struggle. Finally, Lowry turned on his heel. I hate Lowry. I think I hate Lowry more than I hate Dr. Anderson. Okay, I guess it's gone. And yes, I ate that whole thing. Christine got behind Robert and gave him a push while Nathan and the pastor fell in behind them. It was disconcerting to walk without his arms ready, sweat beading on Robert's skin as he fought to stay upright. Lowry led them down the shadowy halls of the asylum to a narrow back staircase. Here, Robert lost his footing, a pang of shame and anger shooting through him as Christine steadied him. He had to walk with her, one of the enemy, down into the undercroft below. The stairs were far deeper than he had anticipated, dropping down one story and then another as the sterile light bulbs hanging from the slanted ceiling came and went like dim stars. The pastor began to mutter prayers under his breath while Nathan began to utter some alien chant, both of which got on Robert's nerves. It came as a relief of sorts when they reached the bottom at last. Here, a barrel roofed hall stretched into the distance, archways on either side leading to 8 sealed doors. Lowry brought Robert to one of them, where he tripped Robert and pressed his forehead against the aged timber. There was a cold rush, a groaning, and then the door opened on its own, Robert lurching himself inside before anyone could stop him. Deja vu flooded through Robert as he saw that inside was a library and sitting room, exactly like the model which Sarah had retrieved from under the Casper lighthouse. Lowry stepped over him and waving his hand as he said, "Gentlemen, I offer recompense in the form of ancient literature." "I will need to confirm its value," the pastor said, stepping over Robert as well. "As will I," Nathan said, pain shooting through Robert as he was actually stepped on. "Christine, dear, please clean that up," Lowry said dismissively. "As you say," she replied, her voice wavering. Robert turned himself over and looked into her eyes. The fear and terror therein sent a cold chill through Robert. He let her lift him, the woman hissing, "You don't want to be in here when—" A whispered hush echoed through the air behind them, followed by an ear splitting scream. Christine shoved Robert into the room, the two whirling around to face a familiar 8 limbed figure rush inside from the shadows. A flurry of papers fluttering around her as Tula Tarn entered the room. The pastor whimpered, holding up his cross as he backed toward the door while Nathan dropped to his knees. Christine whimpered, the color draining from her face. Tula Tarn stepped past them, all calmly, looking between them. Lowry took off his hat, waving it as papers fluttered to the floor around him. "Could you warn me before entering a room like this?" "I come in like a storm," Tulatarn moaned, turning her red gaze upon Robert, a hideous smile curving her lips. "Has the time for the sacrifice arrived?" "Not yet," Lowry said, waving his hat at Nathan and the pastor. "The time has come for you to knock some sense into these 2 men of little faith." She nodded, tapping up to the pastor and Nathan on her dagger like toes. She slid her fingers under their chins, drawing a thin line of blood as she whispered, "I have no need for shiftless fellows now. The time has arrived to separate those who are useful to those who have no use. Which are you?" "We are useful, lady," Nathan said, closing his eyes. "And await your commands," the pastor added. "Splendid." Tulatarn turned and stepped away into the shadows. "Pastor, harvest from your flock those with worthy voices and bring them to the mines. Stonemason, keep the sheriff occupied as though your life depends upon it." "Yes, lady," the two intoned. "Good. I look forward to seeing you both soon." And then she was gone, vanishing into the shadows like smoke dispersed upon the wind. Lowry laughed, though his pitch was higher than before, and he fanned himself with his hat. With a cough, he uttered, "Well, you heard the lady. The time has come." "So it has," the pastor murmured, shuddering. "And let none question it any more," Nathan added. The two departed, Christine giving Robert a light push as he too was escorted from the room, leaving Lowry alone in the stolen library. Dun dun dun. Gummy, 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 gummy. Huh? So now you can't hear Julie, but you can hear me? Okay. Affirmative. Okay. So unmute. I can't hear you. Oh, hi.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good.
I was I was saying the time has come, the walrus said. "You talk of many things. Of shoes and chips and sealing wax of cabbages and cakes. And why the sea is boiling hot and mother pigs have wings." Like, the fucking this damn spider scares the fuck out of me. I'm not gonna lie about it, but I think what fucks with me worse, like, literally what fucks with me worse is the fact that they're still trusting Jeremiah.
I know. Double, triple fucking Agent Jeremiah. And I'm not gonna lie, I keep fucking up Ignacio because I want to say Ignacio for some ungodly reason. I don't know why. I just we're just I don't like him either. Like I gotta go back to work. I gotta work tomorrow. Like this is like world ending shit, Ignacio. Like what the fuck, dude? Like you ain't gonna have a job tomorrow to go to. Like holy hell.
No, if there's any justice in the world, I'm gonna have a sit down with this man and probably beat him with his cane.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanna talk. I just wanna talk. I just wanna talk.
Just wanna talk. Ding 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 ding. Sticks, I'm not saying that out loud.
Yeah,
But
we're
yes.
gonna get banned, man. No.
All right, last but not least, Trisha Jones, first prompter and our one of our interviewees last night. Yay! It was so nice that everyone could see Trisha and hear her. Love, love, love.
Also, by the way, if you were not around for the interview yesterday and you would like to see the interview, it is up on, YouTube, or should be up on YouTube.
It should be
Check it
up
out up on
on
YouTube.
the VOD. I don't know that I have sent it over to YouTube yet. I don't recall if I did that at the end of the evening.
Look in the places for it.
Look in the places. Oh yes, but YouTube is running simultaneously tonight. It is a beautiful thing. Um, I was concerned though because it sticks very kindly sent this to me pre-installed with some of the things that he knew that I was going to need, but he installed the type of OBS that he uses, which is the Streamlabs thing, and I didn't use that. He was having trouble doing to both. I was using Restream or trying to whatever. Skill issue cuz I got it to work. I'm going to be in so much trouble. He's never going to do anything nice for me again. Okay, Trisha. I know you installed both, but it won't let me use the OBS without Streamlabs. I double clicked OBS Studio, not the one with OBS Streamlabs. and it instantly opens the other. So, and I still got it to work. So, any hoozle, Trisha Jones. I went down the hall to my son's room. I knocked and waited a few minutes before knocking again. After I did not receive an answer, I walked into the room. This room is such a mess, I thought as I started putting clothes away. I was in the middle of putting his shirts away in my son's room when comes into his room very much angry like a hurricane. Do you always enter a room like a thunderstorm warning? I asked him. What are you doing in my room? He asked angrily. I held up the laundry basket. Putting your laundry away, since I asked you for the last few days to pick it up out of the laundry room to put your clothes away. I need the basket so I can finish the laundry today, so I came in here to put your underwear away. Mom! He yelled, embarrassed. I sighed. None of your friends are here. It is just you, me, and your little sister is in her room down the hall. I am about done unless you wish to finish up so I can have my damn basket. He huffed and took what was left of his clothes out of my laundry basket and shoved them into a random drawer in his dresser. Okay, I'm going. Please clean up your room. I walked out and shut the door. I heard a muffled, angry scream. I walked down to his sister's room. I knocked on the door and waited. Allura opened the door. I smiled and said, I have your laundry. She reached into the basket and grabbed her clothes. Thank you, Mom. No problem, sweetheart, I said before heading to my room to put mine and my husband's clothes away. After I got all the clothes put away, I went and started dinner. While in the kitchen, I could hear my son stomping around and slamming stuff. I assumed he was cleaning his room like I asked. As I finished making dinner, my husband was home from work. Dun dun dun. I can't even remotely tell you how much I felt seen with that. The angry fucking teenager. Good God, I am so glad I don't have to deal with that anymore. Because although I get very angry with my spawn, they don't give me that kind of shit because they both do their own laundry and literally if they take my main laundry baskets upstairs, I don't care anymore because I have my own. Mm. I remember the days when I had to go into a young lady's bedroom and try to get my laundry baskets back and have to yell and scream about cleaning the room and oh, I hope she has a child just like her. Any hoozle. That is our show for the submissions this evening. Demon Bewitched story. Ooh, okay. We like that. We like
It is
that.
time.
Yes, it is time. All right, now, Julie, you did see that I put the numbers that we are to use in the writing prompt. Okay, good, good, good. See, that's what I'm going to be doing every single Friday, right? Every single Friday, I'm going to catch up on your guys' prompts, adding them in, and then having a we have a fresh numbers. La da 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 da. Well, fucking, why do we have so many channels? Why do I have so many computers in this room? So many monitors, so many channels. Lord, and here's the thing, I did it to myself. I did it to myself. It's all my fault.
Did you fold your pizza?
Okay, next week, May 9th. And for those that are curious, here in the next couple of days, both Artemis Elf and our fearless leader are going to be celebrating birthdays. So, by the time next week arrives,
And it's the and it's the
they'll be a
beginning
year older.
slash end of an era.
Yes. All right.
I
First
hit
up,
the big 4-0.
people make more out of it than it actually is. All
Actually,
right.
let's wait about
What's
20-ish seconds.
Oh, okay. Yes, 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 yes. I'll go
All right, we're on an ad
do
break, so
this
let's wait.
before I
Like,
forget. Yep. Do you even bother trying tonight? What do you mean, do you even bother trying
try.
tonight? You mean trying to beat me? No, you went and gave me a system that can actually prove how fat. See, now that we're running on like damn near identical systems, like now I can prove just how much faster I actually am than you.
Izzy. We do not anger the tech support.
Technically, no, but a big sister will antagonize the fuck out of a little brother. Just saying.
Okay, I see that, but we do not anger the tech support.
Yeah, he keeps threatening to retire. He likes it too much here.
He likes it here. We're a very specific brand of crazy and cats. Hey, the show's not over yet. We still got to roll for the next week's prompt. We were waiting for everybody to come off commercial. Augie, don't go anywhere yet. We still got to vote.
Doggy? Good. Okay.
Okay, first number up. As soon as you're ready.
Hit me. Kind of like sticks would love to.
132.
Oh,
I think he said something earlier about planting a boot.
planning a boot? Well, you can try.
Yeah, planting a boot.
All right. Concept. A long closed case resurfaces because of a single overlooked detail. Considering a bunch of us are already writing things with cases,
That kind of hits on the
that's a little on the nosy nose. All right, start line.
right. 111.
Starting first line. Now remember, when we have names or pronouns, you are more than welcome to change names and pronouns, professions, whatever, to suit your actual story that you're working on, or, you get an idea. But Max had always known the legends about the mountain, but it wasn't until he saw the symbol carved into the stone that he realized they were true. And
I
now I have a
mean,
stray cat
that
song
goes
in my
right
head.
into Zinnia's story. We know where that one's going.
Mhm.
Okay, and then
All
last
right.
number for dialogue 103.
Your random number generator does not like no low numbers. Yeah. This weekend is just all about Trisha. All about Trisha. Patrick, why are they blue? Submitted by Trisha Jones.
All right, everybody, the poll is up. Please vote, vote, vote.
All right, a long closed case resurfaces because of a single overlooked detail. Start line. Max had always known the legends about the mountain, but it wasn't until he saw the symbol carved into the stone that he realized they were true. And dialogue submitted by our very own Trisha Jones. Patrick, why are they blue?
We got 14 in here. Come on, guys. Even if you're not writing for this week, please vote. We're coming to the end. Dialogue wins by a landslide.
All right. And don't forget Julie's birthday challenge. Make it matter. Focus on significance, big or small, small moments with big emotional weight, ordinary things treated as important, ordinary things treated. I already said that. A single choice that changes everything. Don't forget if you have not already joined our Discord, please come over and hang out. Uh, Julie or myself are there m- quite a bit. Bitzer normally joins us in their afternoon, our or their early morning, our afternoon, and get on the mailing list. Julie has been keeping up on that for us. Don't forget that you can also submit your own suggestions for prompts. Please try to kind of give me an idea if it's supposed to be a starting line or a dialogue, because sometimes I can't tell the difference. I've even taken some of those that like were listed as starting line, and but it worked way too great for dialogue, so it's in both. It's in both. Um, so uh, we can have a fun time with that. And Yeah, as you can see, Trisha's was submitted. And you guys, this whole list is getting really, really full up with submitted by. I mean, Julie and I don't even need to go out and find prompts anymore because you guys are keeping this list big, and greatly appreciated. So, if you have author
Mind
friends,
you, we were trying to whittle it down.
we were trying to whittle it down, and then we opened it up to all of y'all. And ah! So, don't forget, save your prompt submission as a PDF or send us a link to a cloud-based document or put it in the body of your email. Put your word count, because don't forget we have a 2,500 word limit. So put your word count uh, in your subject line. Uh, Maybe also put your pen name in the subject line just so that we can very quickly find it. And again, thank you so much for all your love and support and your patience with us as technical issues
As the
abounded.
night
and
has rolled
and
on.
yeah, that too. And special thank you to Sticks for
Actually,
putting up with our shenanigans the last couple of weeks and stepping in and helping us put this on every weekend. We greatly, greatly appreciate you. I'm gonna shut up now. I'm not crying, I promise.
we're actually gonna raid out for the night, or we're actually gonna raid out tonight because we got a lot of people that are on that we can actually raid out to. Um, Cryptid Roots, which is a writing group that I had found through both Death Head and Bitzer, um, is on with enough people, so I figured we're going to go ahead and run out to them. So let me go ahead and get my little spiel out of the way. Izzy did most of the part of it, so I'll just give you the highlighted version. Don't add to the population. Don't subtract from the population. If you get your ass fucking arrested, don't call me. I got enough fucking problems. I will be there to put money on your commissary if it was a good enough reason why you got arrested. Just go with that one. Also, remember Friday, booked for Friday. If you have anything to do with an author, narrator, book, cover art, anything that has to deal with the publishing industry and taking our shit and getting it into reality, we want to talk to you. Hence the reason book for Friday. So, if you want to be on the show, go to the spot. You know where everything is by now. I already explained it at the beginning. But if you go into the Beacons link, you'll have the request form. Please fill that out, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Otherwise, next week we've got a couple of new ones. I do not have that list in front of me. I am very sorry, but if you watch the newsletter tomorrow or possibly Monday morning, you will know exactly who the hell is going to be appearing on Book for Friday. We appreciate if you'll come out 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. Adjust your times accordingly, but always, always come back here on fucking Saturday. Join us for the fucking chaos of the Hold My Pen Promptcast. Otherwise, be brave, be bold, but always stay humble. Keep your asses on the right side of the law, and we'll see you again next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. Bye. Hold on a second. I gotta read. Okay, this will work a whole lot better if Why was it? Uh,
Okay, hang on tight, folks. I know we're gonna put the thanks for watching up,
hang on
uh,
tight.
but hang on tight. We'll see ya.